Welcome everyone to the fourth day of Best Virtual Summit and the second day of Work Beyond the Pandemic. Today we have with us Paul Peterson, Group Head of Human Resources at Atos. Atos is a global leader in digital transformation. It helps companies thrive through COVID-19 crisis. Now, Paul leads a team of 1,500 HR professionals across the world, and Atos employs 110,000 employees all over the world. So we have with us Paul, who will share with us a few things about the future of employment and how to prepare yourself for the new normal. Paul. Sorry, Paul, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, all of my friends across Europe, new and old. It's a real pleasure to get to speak to you today, and looking forward to sharing the view of myself and Atos about what work is really going to look like going forward after these really strange and difficult and changing days we've had over the last couple of months. And look forward to, after sharing my view, hearing any questions that you have and being able to take a few minutes to speak to you today. As you know, the kind introduction, my name is Paul Peterson. I am responsible for all of the people of Atos, 110,000, half of which are in Europe, where we hire every year 15,000 employees or more, including in 2020, which doesn't change this year. Even with COVID, we still continue to hire. Now, in Atos, what's important and how you learn every day is critical to your success. Number two, talent acquisition. We continue to hire, and in the future, this will be the same. The job market, maybe it's a little rocky today, but will soon stabilize, and opportunities will abound for those with the skills and the certifications necessary in tomorrow's market. Our third employee first objective doesn't change either. It's about having a diverse workforce and inclusive leadership. These goals are not impacted by COVID. And finally, our relationship at work for our employees, yes, will change a little bit, and I'll talk to you about that in just a minute. But before we do that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. When I was young and not so young and maybe a little old today, I will tell you, I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars and ice cream, but maybe I love Star Wars the most. And I remember as a boy, a young boy, when the first Star Wars movie came out, when I was 7 years old, and going to the theater with my dad to see it. Once, twice, maybe 3 times. And as a young boy, how amazing it was. And the thought that the universe could hold these great stories. I would play Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. Some days I was C-3PO or Chewbacca. Some days maybe Princess Leia. But it was fantastic. And I spent that time in my heart through ages. And Star Wars, continued, and I still loved it. But an amazing thing happened the end of last year in Europe earlier this year with the launch of Disney Plus and a TV show they had called The Mandalorian and what the internet has called Little Baby Yoda, and reminding me that Star Wars is the same, yet it can be new at the same time and can energize and excite us and make us realize, how important something is in our life in the past and how it can change in the future. Well, colleagues invest. This is the case with work. Work is changing, sped up by COVID. Now, I'm not going to talk about theory. I'm not going to talk about the future of work. I'm not going to talk about different topics that you may have heard about the last couple of days. But what I do want to share with you is some practicalities about how work is actually changing around us. Pre-COVID, the case in Atos and in many companies, a lot of office work, a lot of site work. In Atos, we had 20 to 25% of our employees working from home, but we had a strong office culture. That was important, which meant that face-to-face interaction was normal. That when you wanted to talk to somebody, it was very easy to walk down the hall or to pick up the phone, and that interaction was part of the normal workday, which gave you, as an employee, both new, maturing, and old, the chance to show people, physically show them who you are, what you stood for, and help them see the projects you were working on and the ideas that you generated. Now, sometimes in offices, that meant lots of cubicles and maybe lots of doors as we work together. But it was important and is important to understand the office has its own culture. Something as you leave university and as you grow your career, you'll understand office by office, when you're face to face with people, well, the culture is something that you adapt to more than adapting to you. And it was a side-by-side nature, I think, of pre-COVID that often drove success. Even with global teams flying from country to country, seeing customers regardless of where you lived in the world. Now, we learned some things with COVID, and I'm sure you've heard the phrase, the new normal, the new working environment. It's true. But what I want to do is tell you a few things, give you a few hints about how work is changing around us. The workplace will be different. I suspect that you'll work from home some, you'll work with the client some, maybe you work in an office some. But the flow of the past, what you may have seen your mother or your father, how they worked, how maybe you worked as an intern, it's going to be a little bit different, and that's okay. I can see often, perhaps even full digital employment. In Atos today, you're recruited virtually. You're interviewed virtually. Decisions are virtual. You're onboarded virtual. And your first days of employment are often virtual. This can extend even further across sectors outside of Atos's in IT to other engineering sectors, and potentially because virtual communication is key. Not virtual data, not only how you talk on your iPhone, but kind of like today, where we're meeting virtually and sharing and talking virtually. So when you're not in an office, with an office culture driving how you work and how you think, you need your own sense of purpose, why you work, what you want to accomplish, and what is truly most important to you. Now, in Atos, across the globe, we have a sense of purpose, about our commitment on how we make our communities, our environment, our employees, and our clients happier, cleaner, more progressive, more energetic. So, as you enter maybe a more virtual workplace, this sense of purpose needs to be yours to help you decide how you work. Now, this drives new feedback loops. I see pre-COVID often. If you wanted to know how you're doing, you just go ask somebody. Or you're interacting with a friend or a colleague every day. That comes up over lunch or with your manager, often face to face in a performance review or a check-in. In a virtual environment, that feedback loop is a little bit different and it takes some effort. But that effort, as new and developing professionals, is certainly worth it to then get on the webcam and ask, how am I doing? Or to pick up the phone and say, hey, I just delivered project X. What did you think? And how can I do better next time? These feedback loops are to be created, but by you as an employee and not to expect others. Now, work-life balance. When you're in a virtual environment, and as you may have seen, virtual school, sometimes it's really easy for it to overtake your life, to always be on a device, to let work start early and go late. Be cautious, set boundaries, and remember, work is only part of life, and it creates and requires some balance. So the question is, in a new work environment, can you be flexible? Can you understand and work some days at home and some days at the office? Can you toggle back and forth virtually to physically? And can you manage that change where the daily social interaction might be weekly social interaction at work? Now, there's one critical key. And what I have to tell you is my strong belief that it is skills now that matter most. This becomes the work currency. Not who you know, not who you sit next to in an office. It's not maybe how long you worked, but it is the skills you develop. More and more as work is changing, it's a skill-based economy. It's what degree do you have? What certifications did you achieve? If you're in IT services and you're a system developer, are you up to date on the most current certification? Are you a SAP HANA project consultant? And are you up to date on your SAP HANA certification? Do you work in Google Cloud or in cybersecurity? Do you work in an architecture firm? Are you a cement engineer? All of these different skills that you have professional certification, which is transferable from one company to the next. And my belief is in the future, people will not be asking for somebody that has 6 to 8 years of experience in this job. But they will be looking for somebody who has a current certification in skill X. Particularly as we work virtually, it's these tangible, portable skills which will drive you in the future. What this tells me is we're actually going deep into our past on how we work. In the past, our Roman colleagues would work from home often and come together sometimes for projects, or for consultation, or for discussion when they needed to and come face to face. I think this is the future also, where we work from home often and then we come together to work on projects or to collaborate or to see customers and do those things necessary that are more efficient together instead of alone. I see this as almost as a round circle and really look forward to how this becomes more and more dynamic. But I have a word of caution. And I'm showing here a picture of where I grew up as a boy, where I saw my first Star Wars movies. I grew up in the United States, in a city called Salt Lake City, Utah. It's where the Winter Olympics were about 20 years ago. And the arrow that you can see is my house, and behind that are my mountains, and where you had some of the biggest ski resorts in the United States, and Park City and Snowbird and Alta, with great snow that's light as powder. When I was in school, the ski resorts got together and decided they needed more business on Tuesdays. That was their slowest day of the week. So they launched Skip School Tuesday, where they would send buses to all of the universities and high schools. And if you paid the bus driver $5, they would drive you up to the ski resort. They would arrive at your school right as the starting bell rang and would drive you up to the ski resort. You would ski for 4 hours or 5 hours. They would give you a sack lunch and drop you back at school just when the school day ended. So you can imagine that was super popular and a great idea for the ski resorts, and a huge temptation for the students, where you had to decide on Tuesdays, do you skip school and go ski and try to come home without getting caught, or do you do what you're supposed to do during the day? And I think that temptation is the case today when you work from home, about skip work Tuesdays maybe, where there's other distractions, maybe other things that you think, oh, I'll just do a little bit now and catch up later. A little bit now and catch up later is probably okay. Every Tuesday, for those students who went up to the ski resorts every Tuesday, they ended up with a big problem at the end of the year. So it takes, in the new working relationship that we have together, some diligence, some perseverance, and a little bit of courage to say, I do my work, I enjoy my life, but I cannot have all the temptations around me suck up all of my time. So as I finish today, I leave you with a couple of items as the things to remember from today's chat together. Number one, take time to develop great communication and collaboration skills so that you can manage both physically and virtually, interactive at any time. And remember, number two, that employment now and more in the future is a skill and certification engine. Focus time and energy so that you have up-to-date skills, professional certifications. This will help you ensure employability even when times are tough, will help ensure future earnings, and make certain that you have the right skills that have love for the job that you do. Third, become an expert in digital working habits. Know the technology, know the flexibility, and keep up to date. In the future in your professional environment. So my view on the future of work and the future relationship of employment is, if you do these four things, you have nothing to worry about, that you have great opportunity ahead, that you will be successful as you start and you progress your professional environment. All right, thank you very much, my friends. I appreciate the time. I think we have some time for questions today. Waleed, I turn it back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Paul, for this interesting keynote with some of the stories. For example, skip school Tuesdays. I think some people might relate to this. Definitely, students when they are at home and studying and preparing for exams, they can relate to the temptations that they have around them. Okay, we have a few questions for you. Maybe to start with the skills. You were talking about how tomorrow will be even more skill-based economy, and skills will be the new currency. And you mentioned even that tomorrow the need for certifications will be even more. Uh, my question is, what do you think about the skills that you or students gain without certifications? For example, volunteering in student organizations, working on projects such as this one, for example. How do you value them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think as a large employer, in Europe and in the world, that you should, my advice to you in your university days is use all of the time that you have to develop how you communicate, how you work on projects, and how you drive success. That all of the time you spend on projects like this, in terms of community projects, university volunteer, is super useful to developing those key communication and core skills. It will pay dividends. It will pay significant dividends, not only for myself and other private and public employers in terms of how we differentiate you, but also as you start a professional career, to know that you've managed complicated projects, that you've worked on groups where communication and collaboration were critical for your success, whether that was simply a grade or maybe something larger that you're involved in. It's really helpful. I think that as a society where learning is really valued, where the skills that you develop, of course, technical skills are certified, but all of these collaborations, do as much as you can, so that when you're talking to a new employer, you can say, I've not only done X, but here's what I've learned, and here's how it's prepared me for a professional environment. So keep at it, and don't think for a moment that they're valued less while you're in university. There's a difference between technical certifiable skills and the day-to-day interaction, communication, and collaboration skills, which take time and practice.
Absolutely. Our audience comes from all over Europe. They come from 90 plus European universities. Do you think that universities in Europe today, at least, do you think they prepare students properly in order to be able to work properly in the new work environment, or do you think they need more?
So I think the university culture and system across Europe is fantastic. When the students that we hire straight out of university succeed in Atos. Most of our countries, many of our countries have graduate programs to help you migrate from an educational to a professional environment, some longer than others. But my experience is that truly we have top notch, highly successful university learning across Europe. Now, I would tell you, and I want to comment that even today, in these COVID days, myself as in Atos, and I believe my competition and partners across Europe do not devalue the education, the experiences that you've had in the last months. That your degree today in 2020 or 2021 has the same value as 2018 and 2017 and 2019. And don't worry about that. Certainly, we know that the world is changing. But utilize, I hope you have and you continue to utilize this time to not only finish your studies and continue your studies, but learn new skills so that when an employer asks you, man, the first half of 2020, it was weird, it was strange, it was difficult. What did you learn differently? What skills did you work on differently in the first half of 2020 than you did in the past? So that you can answer and talk about your collaboration, how online school or how online virtual projects helped you to develop these skills and these understanding. So I think it's an important learning time. It's not valued any less, but there are different things that you can learn and work on today that you were able to do in the past.
Absolutely. Staying on the certification and skills topic, we have a question from one of our followers. And they say, in the future, do you see these certifications being provided more by companies straight after high school?
I think it depends on the industry and it depends on the actual skill. My own view is that a university experience is is important. That it helps you develop, it helps you learn how to think, it helps you learn how to reason, it helps you work together on deadlines and challenges. I think that that experience is invaluable and should be pursued beyond just finishing high school, taking a professional certification, and going into the workplace. However, I do realize that there are some engineering skills which are changing, and that a strong and productive career can be started after high school with company provided certification and then moving into the workplace. Myself and in Atos, I would value much more strongly a university degree ready for certification than only a high school degree with some additional company provided training afterwards. So keep on your studies, finish. It's invaluable in terms of your experiences, your learning, and your future.
All right. So getting from the skills sphere to the work from home sphere or like study from home sphere. So like one of the questions is regarding the risk of working from at home, like the distractions one. Does Atos have anything in place to empower their employees to cope with this?
It's a great question. So I'm going to answer it two parts. So first of all, uh, Atos Worldwide really had a strong work from office culture, which was very predominant in most of our countries. We had employees working from home. We had employees working from home in most countries, sometimes full time, sometimes 1 or 2 days a week. Um, and honestly, I feel we believed that that strong office culture, that collaboration culture, could only maintain when we were in the office. COVID shattered, honestly, shattered that perception on what we can do home that we didn't believe we could do in the past. And if I think of some of our operations, we moved from office based full time to home based full time in less than 24 hours. So in terms of the future, we're still working on it. We don't rush to make a judgment. I'm not going to the press saying X, Y, and Z until I know exactly what can be successful to keep strong collaboration with ourselves and our customers, allowing much more flexibility at home. But what I can tell you is for our employees who are at home, whether it was during the crisis or who will continue to work from home after the crisis, I think about them every day. I worry about them every day. As we no longer see each other, I want to make certain that they're in a healthy work environment, that while they're at home, that work doesn't dominate their life, that they have the right collaboration opportunities with their colleagues, with themselves, with others outside of the company, and that if they are ever struggling and they need somebody to speak to, that wherever they are in the world, that they know who to dial either within the company or with professional health services to talk so that they can stay healthy in their bodies and in their minds. What I would counsel is as you're looking for employers in the future, you should, and they're telling you you will work from home, some more or much of the time, you should be asking them what support do they have for home workers so that you can make good employment decisions and don't find yourself in a work from home isolated situation where you don't know who to turn to if you need somebody to talk. So I think right employers, kind employers, compassionate employers who want the best for their workforce, for their top talents, for their employees, provide those type of resources now.
All right. I think it's really important to for young people also to consider the mental health environment in which they will get into when they start working. And I have a question regarding this. Um, a lot of companies today are facing the problem of having extra work, right? Like employees, they have to do some cuts, and now we have employees that are having to take extra work. Um, do you think that in the future it will still make sense to have the 9 to 5 work regime, or it will be more project based and then people will manage their time as they want, basically?
So I think there'll be some of both, honestly. I think that many people will still have a fixed work schedule that will be, either on the job or on a site, be with a customer, and it will be their normal workday, whether that's 9 to 5 or something else. I think that there are times for most of us, and some people will find this, I think, full time where projects and deadlines loom. I'm sure you've had those experiences in university where you've had a major research project or a lab experiment or a test where, as you prepared, for those deadlines, all of a sudden it was all consuming and it took much more time than normal. How you practiced and how you worked at university, that happens in the workplace also, where some of us you'll have huge projects and you might take a significant amount of time and then turn around and then have some downtime and rest time to recover. So I think the workplace is unique and for each of us individually. And back to my earlier point, flexibility now is more and more important to understand that, you know, that flexibility you take as a new employee and that as an employer we want to give you uh, means that some days are maybe skip school Tuesday days and you go ski, and other days it's cram for the exam and get ready for the project delivery.
Absolutely. Um, Regarding the home or the office culture, some people yesterday mentioned in the comments that sometimes innovation happens in the breaks, in the coffee breaks, when two colleagues are just talking and then a new project comes in or a new idea comes in. So like the serendipity innovation. Um, in an environment that is mostly home-based or like remote-based, how do you ensure that we have this serendipity of innovation?
Yeah, I think that's a real trick. And I think it's a nut that is partially cracked but still needs more. I think there's a couple of answers. So number one, it's about being really comfortable in a virtual environment, just like you would be in a physical environment in the office place. So that collaboration can just be a chat between you and a colleague, on Zoom or on Circuit or Skype or another virtual platform where if you have an idea, you pick up you pick up the video and just have a chat and make it natural. I think when those skills continue to develop, those type of interactions will move physical to virtual. But I think that there's still things that in the professional sector that we need to figure out. How do we make those spontaneous interactions and that spontaneous thinking come to life in a virtual environment. My real belief is that for most of us, we will be virtually some of the time and physically some of the time. So the question is, when we're face to face, how does it differ in the future than it did today, where the cubicles are gone and the doors are gone? I can envision, an office turning into a giant Starbucks where you have, comfortable collaborations, a nice coffee bar, where you come in and the purpose of being face to face is to work and to talk and to think together. I look forward to that innovation where people come in, because they want to and because it's such an environment.
Pardon, it seemed that we missed the connection for a second. All right, maybe I would like to conclude with a question, Paul. If you were, like today, there are many recent graduates that, they graduated during the COVID-19 crisis and, freeze of employment in some sectors. If you were a recent graduate, right, today, what would you do? How would you prepare and how would you approach the beginning of your career?
So first, I have to tell you, stay optimistic. So and know that maybe there's a small blip today, but that the economy will recover and that work will recover. So stay optimistic and know maybe it wasn't right after graduation what you planned, but it will get there soon. Number two, I would tell you use your time wisely. Don't go and ski every day. Instead, continue to learn. Open your textbooks and stay current with your knowledge. Look out there and say, I've just, graduated with a degree in architecture. What can I learn over the next couple of months that will make me more attractive and more ready to enter the workforce with a new employer? So that downtime that you might have that you weren't expecting is a time for you to continue to learn and to continue to prepare for your next step. And what you'll find is that those of you who have graduated or who have recently or hope to soon enter the workforce, that can be a differentiator to be able to say, I spent my time the last 2 or 3 months learning X or preparing X or perfecting this knowledge that I was working on in university. That is super attractive to myself and in the market to understand that you're not just sitting back and waiting, but that you're doing things and preparing in a way that makes you stand out from everybody else. We love people who learn because that means when you come to the workforce, you will learn faster than others. So use your time wisely.
We are glad to hear this. As we invest ourselves, we encourage learning. It's one of our values and improvement. So I urge, of course, all the volunteers who are watching right today and all the students that are in touch with BEST to stay optimistic and do things and actually help shaping the change of what comes next. Paul, thank you very much. We appreciate very much the time that you took to share your experience with us and give to all our students some advices.
Thank you. And
thank
good
you.
luck. Stay optimistic and keep learning.
Thank you very much. See you in the next live stream that is coming at 15:30. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oopsie, it seems that Paul left. Mandy, are you still
Yes,
here?
I am still here. Yes, Paul had another meeting to chair.
Yeah, we are in the place to be.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this next keynote in the Best Virtual Summit. In times of crisis, the need to adapt, develop, and innovate is higher than ever. It is therefore important that associations and corporations look for ways to leverage new and emerging technologies to maintain operations and ensure stability or even positive growth. Our next speaker is Carolina Pinar, the Global Product Director for New Generation Technologies at Nestle. Carolina is in charge of industrializing emerging technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, or advanced nutrition. In this keynote, Carolina will tackle how Nestle approaches technology innovation and how they have managed to implement changes with agility during the pandemic, as well as how specific challenges brought up by the pandemic were tackled using technology and innovation. Before we start, I would like to remind our viewers that you're all very welcome to post your questions for Carolina in the comments on the stream in YouTube or Facebook. That said, I will give the floor to Carolina to share with us how Nestle is leveraging tech innovation to adapt to the post-pandemic reality. Carolina, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks for the intro. I'm just gonna share my screen. Can you see it? Yes. Okay. Good. So, like I was saying, thank you for inviting me. This is big title: How Nestle is leveraging tech innovation to adapt to the post-pandemic reality. We are a very large company, and we're doing a lot of things at the same time. So, I'm just going to focus on a couple of things, just to give you a feel for how innovation can help the business, and also what we did behind the scenes months and years before COVID struck to be able to be agile, right? Because this is not like you snap your fingers and become agile. This is a journey. So speaking of journeys, I want to start with my own personal journey. I understand that most of the audience is young graduates or students. I was myself part of BEST once, and I participated in a couple of summer schools. So I've done a journey always in technology, but I've been changing paths. So I started as a researcher in Siemens, paths and countries, by the way. I studied as a research in Siemens in Germany, then became a consultant, which is basically in the late 90s, which is when I started working. That's what it was. And in France, then I relocated back to Barcelona, which is where I'm originally from, to do more research again on a different topic this time, and also become part of the C-level of a kind of a startup slash technology center, to then move on more closer and closer to the business through Telefonica, the wireless carrier, and also did my stint in the startup world um, before joining Nestle, which is the opposite to the startup world. It's a 154-year-old company. So just to give you a feel for what I've done, and I've always been run tech and innovation, so I learned a thing or two. And also, if you're thinking of your own paths, maybe this is one. You don't have to do exactly the same cities, although I recommend all of them. But it's something that that you can, think of. So let me also introduce Nestle. It's usually a very well-known brand. But so you know, it's not one brand. It's actually more than 2,000. It's a company. It's the number one fast-moving consumer goods. So this FMCG that you see here in the middle of the slide stands for fast-moving consumer goods. Over 300,000 employees. We sell in almost all the countries in the world except a few. So 187 countries. We sell over 1 billion products every day. These days we sell more than that. And we have living more than 420 factories and R&D sites spread in around 80 different countries. So big company, big operation, right? So what happens when a pandemic strikes to a big company? Well, pandemic meant temporary closures to non-essential stores and venues, right? Stores like some of the food stores were open, but other places like our Nespresso boutiques were not, right? And venues, which include hotels, restaurants, where we sell food to as well, right? And also work from home. So people would eat home much more because they were basically homebound. So that has have affected both consumption and production dramatically. And I should add also the travel bans have impacted as well production. So I'll be talking about consumption and production. So the two sides of the same coin for us. So there have been four archetypes of consumption in response to the pandemic, and the source for this is McKinsey. If you Google it, it's a super interesting report that they created. The first two at the top of the slide are people that pantry loaded, right? But there's a difference, right? So there were people that pantry loaded and consumed because before they were having lunch at work, maybe they would dine out a lot, not anymore, right? So that increases consumption, right? Because you consumption of groceries and food, right? Whereas the one on the right with the toilet paper, and we all know what happened to toilet paper, supply, it's pantry load and it's not consumed, sorry, it's pantry load and hold, right? That doesn't really um, increase consumption. It just means that you binge buy and then don't buy for few weeks until you have consumed what you bought, right? The third archetype is people that now at home, people that change their behavior. So that's a shift in consumer behavior because now you're at home, you do things differently. You might turn into more plant-based diet or more or healthier diet or whatever that is, right? And there's also the fourth archetype, which is not now, and that decreases consumption of people that because they were let go or they're concerned about their finance, they're turning into more basic products and less premium and so on. So if you look at the different categories, so you can see that food basics have gone up, while for example makeup, which is also part of the fast-moving goods industry, has gone down. You don't go out that much. Why use makeup, right? But also alcohol has gone up, right? So and you can see that balance in behaviors, right? What happens to the supply, right? So they give you a one-on-one of how supply works. So we have the farm where farmers produce the food. Then that goes to the factory. And the first arrow means there are ships, there are trucks, right? That actually move the produce to the factory to create the packaged good, right? That can be coffee, it can be infant milk, it can be frozen goods, and then for the factory you have like two ways. When it makes it to restaurants and hotels, so the kind of to businesses, or you could make to the grocery store for the business to consumer arm. Now, a couple of things about Nestle. Most of our sales are consumers. We do have Nestle Professional, but it's a small, relatively small part of Nestle. It's a lot in money, but if you look in percentage of revenue, it's not, right? And most of our sales are through stores, both brick and mortar and online retailers. We don't sell direct to consumer so much. You would go to a grocery store to buy your Nestle products, right? You wouldn't buy it from Nestle directly, right? So this is how food supply works in a nutshell at Nestle. Now, with all these people pantry loading, and I'm including myself in that category, we had to enhance e-commerce, right? If stores are some of them closed and some of them open but with long lines, more people turn into e-commerce. Actually, e-commerce globally, you can also Google that, has had a spike starting kind of end of beginning of March, mid-March, right? In our case, I'm just gonna give you the example of Nespresso, because Nespresso we operate in a lot of countries as well, and boutiques closed, right? Because we only sell coffee and coffee machines there. So they're not considered as grocery stores. So with the boutiques closed, then consumers were struggling to find coffee. Nespresso has a nice direct-to-consumer business. I would say it's close to half and half, boutiques and online. But imagine you lose half of your revenue because people cannot get to the store. How do you do that, right? So people turn into e-commerce and they won't find easy ways. And the people that don't use e-commerce usually is because they are not very tech savvy, or they're used to the conversational piece of going to a store. So we do have a chatbot which was operating in the UK market only. It's called an Espresso Assistant. It's on Facebook. And so what we said is like, let's leverage that and create like a light version that we can deploy in all the markets where the boutiques closing is hitting the business. And that chatbot is going to help users buy coffee, get all the updated information, the deliveries, assistance on machines. That's the number one thing that people use the chatbot or the help desk for. Stay at home tips, because we were getting a lot of questions on that as well. And also information on the boutique reopenings. People were asking, when is the boutique going to reopen, right? So have a place to share all that, as well as talk to an agent if needed. Still a lot of people want to talk to a human being, right? Now, This is how the chatbot looks like, right? This is one part of the conversation, right? And we can help them with ordering coffee, delivery, machine. I'm assuming you are familiar with chatbots. You've used them a few times. If not, it's like you're texting, but on WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or whatever messaging platform you use. But the other side, responding is not a person, but it's an artificial intelligence engine, right? Using something called natural language processing. So this is sort of the chronology of what happened, right? So we had this consumer engagement chatbot that was only available in one market, and e-commerce was not the number one thing that a chatbot did. We got the request mid-March, which is when most stores closed, and in the European region and also in Canada. And then 16th of March, we get the request. 24th of March, which is 8 days later, including its weekend, we had an MVP, a minimal viable proposition ready. So all the design and development took this time, which is very, very fast. And then took a little bit longer to get all the testing. This thing that when you test things out in a company this big, you have a lot of compliance to do. It's not, you cannot push stuff out happily. So that there are some process to make sure that things are robust. And especially we're talking AI, we also had a code of conduct on how the AI is going to be presented to our consumers and so on, right? And then the market, in this case it was Russia, the first one that we created the chatbot for, has to sign off on all the aspects, branding aspects, language aspects, whether the chatbot is responding correctly. So there's a lot of work to do, right? So it might think like March 24th through April 16th is not so long for so much work to do. So April 16th, that was a go live in Russia. And then 1 week later, we had all the translations testing ready and changes to the processes for the next country, which in this case was Spain. And as of today, we also have a couple more markets, and one of them in 2 different languages, which has also kind of its complexity. So basically, from the business request to the MVP, it only took us 1 week, right? And that is, like I said, this is outstanding in a company this size. I'm going to give you the secret sauce at the end of the presentation on how we did that. It's kind of 1 week is kind of cheating because we already had a lot of work done, right? But cheating in a good way, right? Now let's go back to the farm, factory, restaurant, grocery store thing, right? What happened here as well? Not only did stores close, but also travel was banned. So we cannot travel. I cannot travel, right? And my colleagues, the 299,099. So that is a problem for factories. Very, very big problem, because in factories we have very complex machines that only engineering knows how to fix and maintain. And our factory floor workers, they don't know. So what happens when those engineers do routine maintenance and also fix things when they break, cannot travel, right? How do you do that? It's like having me fix my car. I have no idea. Right? We just leave it in the garage. So we had to provide assistance, a little bit like telemedicine, where you have like a surgeon, really good one, sitting somewhere, and then there's an operating theater somewhere else, and then somebody else is following instructions, or even a robotic arm. Same thing, right? So we needed to ensure factories keep producing, and that means that the machines need to keep up and running, right? We had a couple of things. The first one was this direct assistance from engineering experts to the factory floor workers, so they would follow instructions on, like, turn this knob to the right or whatever that is, and they had to work both on a tablet and smart glasses. In some factory settings, you're not allowed just to walk with a tablet for safety reasons, right? You have to use smart glasses. So from the moment we got that request to the first deployments, it took us 2 weeks, right? So that's also very, very fast. The second thing was, obviously we had new machines, but machines are being replaced when they get old in a number of factories. And then COVID hit, but we were installing those machines. So all the factory workers need to be trained. Now the trainers could not travel, right? So we had to provide that as well. This is a similar solution technology-wise, but the use case is different and the content is different, right? So here you have example in one of the factories. Again, this has to work on an iPad or a tablet, and also in smart glasses, right? So you can see one example on the consumer side to keep the business running and the revenue flowing, and the other one ensuring that the production and the supply chain of goods keeps flowing, right? So how come could we do this so fast, right? Is the million-dollar question. So because we have an innovation organization, which is basically three things. Right? One is we got a continuous finger on the pulse with our innovation outpost in Silicon Valley in Israel. And we're also planning on expanding as well wherever there is a bustling environment for innovation. Second is we're teaming up with tech startups to prototype and test concepts quickly. All of this augmented reality, which is a technology that's used for remote assistance and remote training or natural language processing, most of it comes from smaller organizations, right? Natural language processing now it's much bigger, getting a lot of traction. So Amazon, Google, Microsoft have it, but augmented reality is a little bit different, right? And then we also have selected in-house development. We are not a technology company, although we leverage a lot of technology. And for certain things where there's tight integration with our systems, we do have developments that we do in-house, like the chatbot, which is connected to our CRMs and to a lot of things, right? So these three things combined are like at the core of our innovation organization that make possible that when something is needed, we can be fast because we have been anticipating and working on that. The second thing is we tap into employee ideas. Now we have 300,000 people, right? If only 1% has a good idea, that's a lot of good ideas, right? So we have a program called Ingenious that has been used by more than 60,000 of our employees. It's a 6-year-old program over 108 locations and has produced close to 5,000 ideas. And we use that as well during the pandemic. We're still running that program actually to identify things to improve, right? And a lot of ideas have emerged from that. We have now some innovation projects around how to ensure that people keep a balanced diet, both employees and our customers, while at home, because you tend to indulge yourself. That's why alcohol sales have gone up, right? Now, the way this program works is, you propose and get votes on your idea, then an expert panel evaluates it, and if it's a thumbs up, then we have an internal team that helps the idea owner prototype it, and then it's presented to kind of Shark Tank funding board, and if it gets the funding, then the prototype becomes an MVP, and then eventually it's launched, right? So it's a really good way to tap into the collective know-how that we have within the company. And finally, all of this is possible because we have a systematic way of scaling up new technologies and integrating them in the legacy systems that we have, which are many, right? That's actually the team that I lead. So basically, that's two things. First, and both seem like obvious, right? First, you need to decide what to scale and for whom. This thing that seems so obvious when you get to the complexity of a company like Nestle is not that easy anymore, right? And second, you scale it as a product, not a series of projects. A lot of the companies in this industry have done like a lot of one-off projects. You develop something, you put it in the market, and then that's it, right? While technology is not like that. It's a never-ending life cycle. Well, it ends when you kill the product, right? But it not, you keep evolving the product and the proposition. So we decide what to scale based on, is it doable? Like for remote assistance, we had tested and we knew there were a few technologies we could leverage for tablets, for smart glasses that would work, and where we could load content rapidly, that we could create the 3D assets and so on, right? It adds value. So obviously there's a business case in all the trips that we saved and all the uptime of the machines that we got. For the remote assistant example, and then there has to be a sponsor. If there is no sponsor, then there is no point, right? Because, and it's very tied to value. If there's no value, and the sponsorship piece is important because then there's a lot of tech for tech's sake vanity in the innovation space, and we make sure that we scale only really valuable things, about making sure that there is a sponsor, somebody puts money on the table, right? Now, scaling as a product means three things as well. It means that there is a roadmap, and roadmap matters because it's not so much about what you decide to do, but what you decide not to do and why, right? And focus really on delivering that value. It has metrics. Like, are we doing things the right way? Then we measure and we correct. And finally, it's a mindset thing. It's a very different mindset. I don't know how many of you are familiar with tech product or agile or any other frameworks, but the mindset of product is very different than the mindset of projects. And this is kind of the secret sauce that we applied for the pandemic, and we're going to continue to apply because this is not over, and we're facing probably a 2-year recession that will require a lot of this mindset and adapting very, very flexibly. So that's it on my end, and I'm open for questions now.
All right, thank you, Carolina, for this very interesting talk. I definitely think that we can all understand that this kind of mindset and this kind of methodology for corporations will be very effective in times like these. So I hope our viewers gain something from this. I'll now check if we have some questions. I have received the first one, and that is, you mentioned that you have this new chatbot that was developed extremely fast. How widely spread is this right now? Like, how is it going, basically, the actual deployment?
Well, we have it in 5 markets. We have a few more in the pipeline. And kind of the speed is really based on the demand, not so much our bandwidth because we have I think a well-balanced development team is more around the demand and also the capabilities. Because when we implement the chatbot, we make the handover to agents. So really, we have a lot of diversity in terms of how help desks are set up in markets. And in some markets, you would put a chatbot. The chatbot might get stuck, or the customer might want to talk to a person. If that is not a possibility, then perhaps the chatbot is not the best answer, right? And so, yeah, it's we analyze the demand and sort of cost benefit, and then we deploy. But in terms of deploying, it's basically creating. That's the right word. So you translate and readapt to the processes, and that is done very rapidly.
All right, thank you. That definitely is looking well then for the future chatbot as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's another question, and it is, you mentioned a lot on the mindset sort that is required, which I presume that is not only from the higher ups, from management, but also from everyone in the company. Everyone sort of needs to be on board with this concept of moving forward all together. So how do you encourage innovation and this positive mindset?
So we have a few things. So the Employee Innovation Program in Genius is a core asset. Because it not only produces good ideas, it also proves that anyone can be an entrepreneur, right? If they put their heart and soul into that, and we help them with the things that they don't know, because creativity and innovation is something you can learn, right? And that is a lesson that, and we share the outcome a lot, and we try to onboard a lot of people. That's why 60,000 out of 300,000 have participated in the program, which is a really good number. That's one. Second one is we shifted, we are shifting from a project-based organization to a product-based, and providing a lot of upskilling and reskilling for people, so they learn the basics of this change, so they're not afraid of what they don't know, and they focus on the mindset change, right? Because when you have to move from A to B, B is very different, very far apart from A. You're afraid you're not going to be able to do it. So if that is removed, then it's just a mindset. I mean, not just mindset changing is very, very complicated. But if you're also afraid that you're not going to be able to drive from A to B, then it leads to blocking. So I would say there's capability building and also show leading by example.
Yeah, that does sound quite great. Actually, you mentioned this concept of product-based mindset and project-based mindset. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit what is exactly the difference between these two things?
Yeah, so a project would be, we have a need, we develop the solution, we deploy it, and then we basically maintain it, but the solution never changes, right? However, the need for that solution, the problem might evolve and change, right? And then if that happens, you come up with a different solution, whether you deploy it in, and you end up having lots of like related things, but not quite, right? And that is very difficult actually to maintain. It's piling up cost, but also you don't get any benefits from the fact that they are maybe 70% the same and then 30% variation. If you manage to package everything that's common to these different flavors, then you got a product, and then you can customize the rest. And that is the main thing. And then also what I would say is the metrics. Projects usually have metrics until they are deployed. Then you close the project and everything else is what we call run, keeping the lights on, which is measured financially, but not, yeah, that would be the main metric. If you have metrics around what is the usage, what is the adoption, what is the lifetime value, typical product metrics, and what are the features that are used and what are the features that are not used that you might trim and nobody would cry for losing them, right? Then you optimize your funnel, and that's for me the main difference.
Yeah, thank you for this clarification. I think it's quite valuable to fully understand the difference between those two things, to understand why one can be beneficial over the other one. I also received the question that basically Nestle is present in practically all of the world, and there's between different countries a large difference in access to technology. So how do you adapt solutions that you're providing to these different accesses of technology that specific regions or countries are having?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we have huge differences. For example, if you think like we had two initiatives that are very similar in nature or in ambition, that like the end game is kind of the same, but one is in North America and the other one is Central and Western Africa. Now, only thinking telecom infrastructure, right, and the access of people to broadband, completely different games, right? And so we had to say, okay, we want to, or also the banking system. Like people have credit card, bank account in North America. People pay with the mobile, right, or cash in Africa, right? So there are major differences. What we do is we have like a value proposition that what do we want to accomplish, which is the abstract thing, and then we have like tiered approaches when it comes to how are you going to deploy that thing, right? Taking into account also the price point of things, right? Like if you buy like a Nescafe jar in Europe or in North America, you're gonna buy one of those in Africa, right? You go to the store every few days and buy one. This is a very, very different behavior, micro payments, right? Because you don't have all the money to have all that jar, right? So if we adapt it to the different behaviors and the available infrastructure. And for example, something that might be very smartphone based in North America will be based on text messages, for example, in Africa. But the gist of it will be the same, which is that you can automate certain things like a purchase, right, for example. But we have to have like different paths, obviously, and different solutions, different vendors.
Yeah. It sounds like a monumental and interesting challenge to get this all figured out on how to reach the right people in the right way. As we are reaching the end of the time we have for this Q&A, and we shouldn't make the next speaker wait too much, I will close the question and answer round here. I would like to thank you, Carolina, for being here, for providing your views on the questions that were asked, and also providing insights on Nestle's actions and views on innovation technology. I will remind our viewers that you are always free to reach out in case you still have any questions. All the contact information is available. And I would like also to ask you to stay tuned for the next keynote on how a pandemic is accelerating the transformation of a 120 years young company, which will start at 4 p.m. That's it. Thank you again, Carolina, for joining us in this virtual summit, and hope to see you again.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we are in the place to be.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to one more session of Best Virtual Summit. Today, I have with me Mr. Travis Jarinek from Dow, who is the Business Manufacturing Director in France. Welcome, Mr. Jarinek.
Hey, welcome.
Apart from the work in Dow, Mr. Jarinek also enjoys spending time with his family, cooking, traveling, and doing all these amazing activities. He has been working in Dow for 18 years now and is here today with us to present us how a material science company has accelerated its transformation through this pandemic to change the way employees work together and collaborate with their partners. Without much further ado, I pass the word to Mr. Jarinek, and well, let's see what he has to say. The floor is yours, Mr. Jarinek.
Thank you, Rita. And again, it's an honor for me to be here with you today and to share how our 120 plus years young company, right, and not old company, has been able to transform or to accelerate the transformation through this pandemic. So some of you may know Dow, some of you may don't know Dow, but we are one of the largest chemical company and material science company in the world. We are present in 31 countries, so with a global footprint. And yes, we are 120 plus years old or years young, because our company was founded in 1897, Okay, that's a long time ago. And I will come to that, especially because that explains also the culture of our company and why we also needed a transformation, right? So what happened in 1897, right? At this time, and you need to understand what was going on there. In 1900, in Paris, there was a Universal Expo, right? The Paris Expo, and at that time, one guy named Mr. Taylor, and you may know him because he's very famous for the Taylorism, right? He came to Paris with a new method to work by creating really a clockwork system to define any kind of work into different pieces, small pieces, and really standardize this task, etc. And he came to Paris, and he was able to present that with this system, you can manufacture 17 meter of steel in 1 minute. And before his system was invented, was only 3 meter per minute. Okay, so you can imagine multiplying by 6, the productivity was kind of a miracle, right? It was like Steve Jobs coming and presenting the new iPhone, right? So that was the case in 1900 when Mr. Taylor came and presented his new system to work and his new organizational structure. And so you can imagine that at this time, all the companies, right, and our company was already there, they all wanted to learn from that, right? And Mr. Taylor worked for the Ford company, so the car making company in the US, and that's where they started this transformation. But at that time, every company wanted to learn how we can maximize the production, and so they all adapted that organizational model that most of the company now have adopted, and that honestly it really helped us in the 20th century to go through all the crises, right? Dow went through multiple crises. You can name it either through the First World War, and then the big economical crisis in 1929, and then another crisis with the Second World War. And but our company went through all these crises and was building on that and show its resiliency, right? And this is because we were adopting that model of operational excellence, very good standard, very defined work processes, etc., etc. And this is what Dow is now very well known for, is all of our work processes, etc. That has helped us in the 20th century, but is it enough to survive in the 21st century, right? And I can let you imagine the answer, that the answer is no. Okay, the answer is absolutely that we needed to reinvent ourselves in order to survive in the 21st century. And so we have collaborated with General Stanley McChrystal, and I will explain who he is in a minute. But I like his quote that transforming our way to work is really reflective of the new generation of mental models that we must adopt in order to make sense of the 21st century. There is a lot in that sentence, and this is basically the driver for all this presentation. Right now, with the pace of change that is happening, right, we needed a transformation, because what worked 100 years ago or even 20 or 30 years ago is not working anymore, right? So we needed to reinvent ourselves. And this guy, General Stanley McChrystal, was the general army for the joint forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. Right, so he had the tough mission to fight against terrorism in the early 2000s. And at that time, also the war was in a transformation. I mentioned earlier the First World War and the Second World War. Um, you all have gone through history study, etc. So you know how this war went when one country against another army that are moving at the pace of the vehicle or the airplane, etc., etc. Right. So there was a full strategy around that, and also the way the army was organized was fitting that model. But you can imagine that with terrorism, you are not fighting a country, you are fighting little groups that are very agile, moving very fast. And so you also need to adapt your response. And so that's the first thing that we have learned is that, yeah, we needed to be more agile and more resilient, okay, to go through all these changes. And of course, with this pandemic coming, everything accelerated, right? In February, and it started in January in China because we have operation in Asia, but then suddenly you're hearing people getting sick, so that is impacting people, that is impacting your organization. But in the same time, you have a lot of economies, uh, um, a lot of industry that are shutting down. And so every day you have moving parts, right? Either from your own organization, you have moving parts, or from your customers, and for the market you are in, they are changing daily, right? And before that was maybe monthly or quarterly. But now you are in an environment that everything is changing daily, and you need to adapt and you need to react. Otherwise, it's too late. So we really needed that transformation. And of course, our first objective was to continue to collaborate with community partners globally. So we have done what a lot of other companies has done through the crisis, right? Either through donation program to support a lot of local nonprofit organization. We had a company match donation program. We have quickly repurpose some of our production line in order to be able to produce hand sanitizer that was highly needed at that time, and we had to react very, very quickly. And you can imagine, right? We are a big material science company. We have very clear processes. When you want to do a change, usually it takes 6 months, 1 year to make a change, right? To go through all the layers, all the process, to get all the approval, etc. But when you have a crisis like this pandemic, you cannot afford to wait 6 months or so, right? So we again had to adapt and find a way to speed up our decision process and to implement this solution that everybody had in mind, right? Either in a lab or in a manufacturing facilities. Suddenly all the people, they had all great ideas, right? Hey, yeah, we can help. We have this machine that can help to produce face shield to protect the frontline responders, right? Or hey, we can produce masks. Hey, we have this tank and we have all the raw materials. So why do not producing hand sanitizer, because there is a shortage in the country? So in order to be able to do that so quickly, again, we had to completely reinvent the way we work together and use really our technology as a backbone, right? So like I mentioned, we are a material science company. So this is what we master. We master chemical process, we master equipment and technology. We have all the technologies available. Either if you talk about 3D printing, we have it. We have the knowledge. We have all the raw materials. We have the process, etc. But how to combine this technology know-how and the work process to fit the new needs, and honestly needs where daily there was new needs, right? In different countries in the world, they came up with new requests. Hey, we are in a shortage of hand sanitizer. Okay, what can we do to help? Hey, we need detergent. Okay, what can we do to help? Hey, now it's time to go back to work, to the workplace, but we are in a new environment and we need new tools in order to limit the contact and the touching point. Okay, what can we do to work on that? So again, we use our technology as a backbone, and like a lot of other companies have done through the crisis. But really, what was really happening in the background is that we have accelerating our transformation through this crisis. And I like this picture because this represents exactly who we were and the transformation we were going on, and who we become, right? So you can imagine a 120 plus years young company with 14,000 employees around the world in 31 countries. When you drive such a company and put yourself in the shoes of our CEO, it's like driving a giant Pagbo, right? That I have on the image on the left. And this is good, right? You can transport a lot of people. It's very efficient. Um, as long as there is no big waves, no big storm, and you know exactly the direction you're heading, right? That's usually how it works with a pack boat. You go on a cruise and you know exactly what are your stopping point, how many miles or kilometers you have to travel, etc., etc. But that is not the best um, tool to go through a storm, right? This is very heavy, very difficult to maneuver, very difficult to change direction, right? And you can only do it at once. So we couldn't afford that. And this is really not what we needed to go through the crisis. So we had to move to what I've represented on the second picture on the right, is to be able to be more agile, okay, more fast, to have smaller team, right? Taking action. Hey, yes, this team needs to go in that direction, but this team needs to tackle this. So how can we keep what the strengths that we have, but adding that agility and that resilience to go through the crisis. So this is really what was happening and what really enabled everything we've been able to achieve, and that we want to keep doing, because this is not only a question for this pandemic, right? The pace of change has accelerated, right? Remember, and honestly, I'm born in 1978, okay? At that time, there was no cell phone. I had no computer at home. Internet, I didn't know what it was. Okay, so change was very slow. There was, yeah, maybe one innovation every 10 years, etc., and was basically an improvement on one technology. Now, innovation and changes, major changes, are happening on a yearly basis or even every month, right? If you look at the cell phone, how quickly they are changing. So the pace of change has accelerated. So for us, it's vital not only for this pandemic, but just to run our business in the new norm, we need to be much more agile and quicker in the decision and in the execution. And so really the true transformation that was happening is really what I've showed here. And this is really a new organizational model, and we are using it as a muscle, right? This is a muscle that put us in motion. And you can see here the old structure, right? Where you have the CEO, he's a big boss, and then you have the other boss, and then the other boss, and so on. And you have multiple people all around the world, very hierarchical, okay? And that is really what Taylor created in 1900, and that almost all the companies adopted since then, because it created a very robust, very repeatable organization, and you ensure you have control, right? So this is really the model of command and control. You have one decision and you go top down, and then in the bottom you execute, okay? And sometimes you can raise things up and say, hey, I have an idea, but it takes time to go up to the decision chain and then come back, and then finally the decision is made. Again, that was working in the past century. This is not working anymore in our century. And again, that pandemic crisis has put a magnifier of the need to change. And so we have quickly adopted a new structure, which is called a team of teams, right? So instead of having that hierarchical model, you have now multiple teams, and each team has responsibility, clear goal. They are empowered, but they also have shared consciousness, right? And when you combine the two, when you have a team, a small team that can understand the full picture, what's going on at the company level, what is going on in the market, etc. So they have that full picture understanding. But if they are also empowered to make decision, that that's when you can really accelerate the decision process and implement ideas faster than ever before. And so that's what we've been able to do in such a short period of time. We already started to do that for the reason I explained to you earlier, but this crisis has accelerated the need to move from the old structure to the new structure to be more flexible, more agile, and really faster. And I can tell you this is much more enjoyable also to work in this kind of model, right? Nothing is more frustrated than having a great idea. You see the need in front of you, but you have to wait 6 months to get it approved. And then when finally the decision is made, it's too late because the need has disappeared, right? So moving to that structure was first highly needed, but I can't tell you that it's also changing the way we work and the way we enjoy working. Because again, we have a better understanding of the overall situation, and we know that we are also empowered to make decisions at our level and then go and execute. And so that was really the key transformation that I wanted to share with you. It's important because you are the new workforce, right? You will join our workforce, and this is the new structure that you will find now in most of the companies. We have started, that pandemic has accelerated the transformation, but that's a fantastic news for you, because with this model, you can really see on a daily basis the impact that you have, that your work have on the world around you. And I think that for all of us, that's what really matters, right? When we work, we want to make an impact. And with this structure, it's visible. So I will stop here, and I will open up for question. And thanks for having listened to that session so far.
Thank you, Mr. Jelinek, for this amazing session and really insightful themes and topics. Now we'll pass to the Q&A session. So to everyone that is listening to us, if you have any session, you can just write it in whether in Facebook or YouTube. Where are you listening? Actually, I have already one question for you, Mr. Jelinek.
Yep.
So you have mentioned that these transformations that you are. Oh, and if you want, you can stop screen share your
Sorry.
screen.
Yep.
Yeah, so our listeners can listen to you, can see you. Okay, so you have mentioned that these transformations that are happening are not only for this pandemic reality, but can be adapted to the future. So,
Yeah.
in your opinion, with what changes will need to happen in those future?
What changes? So it's not really a change, right? It's to continue what we have learned through this pandemic needs to continue. And this was an acceleration of our transformation. And what we don't want is to lose momentum, right? There was a tremendous momentum. And like every change, it's always very easy when you make a change to very quickly go back to your traditional habit, right? So the challenge for us right now will be to maintain this new model, this new structure, and to keep it, because again, this is vital also uh, 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 even beyond the pandemic, because like I was saying, our environment is changing quickly. Our customers, they have new need almost every year, right? Either because the consumer are changing their habits, or there is new regulation, or there is new focus or new topic, etc. Right? You see that in the news. Every month, it's another thing, right? And so we need to accept that and be able to be more agile, to adapt to our customer needs that are changing at a faster pace than ever before. And so this model, we really need to keep it to be able to deliver what our customer are expecting from us.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I really think that like this model of being agile can be adapted to any circumstance and any work environment and even an academic environment that we may experience. Thank you. I have more questions for you. So, how is DAO facilitating this change of structure? What role do the bosses play in it? And what obstacles did you encounter and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, because you can imagine moving a pack bow is not easy, right? And the key is first to have a vision. And our CEO has a clear vision. That's the transformation he wants for the company. He took over this company 2 years ago. He was named the new CEO, and he has started right day one on this transformation. And then really to the key is to share his vision, and to like I was saying before, right, increasing the shared consciousness, that every employee in our company understand the vision, understand where we want to go and what needs to happen. So to do that, our CEO, and through the crisis, has done every week there was a webcast that everybody could attend, like we are doing today, right? And he was sitting like me in front of all the employee of our company, and invited some guest speaker. So the first day was General Stanley McChrystal, that I mentioned, who wrote a book named Team of Teams, where he explained the new model, the reason to adapt it, like you said, in the educational way, in the industry, everywhere, right? And how it works. And so by explaining, sharing that vision, and explaining to all the employees how we are going to achieve that was key, right? Because now everybody understand, okay, this is what we are going to do. But that's only the beginning, right? Then you need really to give the power to the people to say, hey, before you had to escalate and request the approval, now you are fully empowered to do this. And so we have also formed this team, right? And that was, so during the pandemic, every country, they form a little team that we called crisis management team, with one represented from each function, working together, meeting either daily or twice a week or once a week, depending on the situation, etc. But this team was first fully empowered, had all the information, and was able to react very quickly and take action. And so, first you show the direction, but you also need to show the action, right? So that people really believe, oh, yeah, this is true. This is what we are going to do. Okay, let's do it. And then you need to show the results. And that was the third things that we do during this weekly webcast. We're also showing to all the employees the result of our transformation. saying, hey, last week in Stade in Germany, we have repurposed one production train, and now we are ready to produce hand sanitizer. And we did that in less than 10 days. Continue, right? We've done the same in Texas by repurposing some of the line. We developed a new model for the face shield to protect the people in the hospital, and we shared that on LinkedIn and Facebook, etc., etc. So then people see the action, they see the results, and then that's when you have everyone believing in your vision and your direction, and then you really make your transformation visible.
Well, amazing. It's the results that you are telling us are like really amazing. How you could adapt so quickly and so agile in a really agile way, and it's really inspiring for people like me, young students that will in the future go to these work environments to see and try to see and to adapt us in this reality. We have time for one more question. The question is, as we switch to a more decentralized structure, how can we ensure that the loss of control is not accompanied by a loss of quality of the products or service that we deliver to the customers?
Yeah, no, that's another great question, and it's true that we decentralize, and I can take an example, right? So pick your favorite sport team, right? Either if it's football or basketball or whatever. Can you imagine having a centralized decision-making process where only the coach decide what each player is doing? Do you think the team will be able to score? I don't think so, right? You need every player to be fully empowered, but before empowering them, you are selecting them, right? That's usually what happened before, right? You select your players, and then you say, hey, you are a good goalkeeper, you go keep the cage. You are a goal kicker, then you go forward, etc., right? So that was also what was happening. By putting this team in place, we also validated that the team had the right skills, the right experience to make the right decision. So yes, you lose a little bit the control, but you give the power in a team that you fully trust. And trust was key in this transformation, and it's still key. If you don't trust, and it's a mutual trust, right? But if you don't trust your people, then you cannot do that. And people like me, I was part of the French CMT. We felt trusted. And we also trusted our leaders that they will support us. If we take a decision and at the end it's the wrong decision, they will still support us because they know that we took that decision with the information we had and that at that moment it was the right one. Okay. So trust is the key.
Thank you, Mr. Jaranek. And it's really true that trust it's the key in every work environment and in every environment that people are feeling welcome to share their opinions. And well, thank you for this amazing session to share the work that you are developing. It was really inspiring and it was really amazing to see how DAO is empowering so much your workers. I hope you enjoyed this session as well, and I hope you enjoy your time with us. And to everyone that is listening to us, well, stay tuned for the next session that will be an interview with Peggy Pon about entrepreneurship. And I hope you enjoy the more sessions in this best virtual summit. So stay tuned. Thank you. Everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this next keynote in the Best Virtual Summit. For many years, everywhere in industry and society in general, we've seen a growing need for innovation on all levels. Many corporations have been investing a lot of time and effort in developing a healthy, forward-thinking corporate culture. The current crisis and the resulting move towards remote work logically affects this a lot, so there's once again a need to adapt. To talk about these issues, today we have with us Martin Gallardo from PricewaterhouseCoopers. With offices in 157 countries and more than 270,000 employees, they are among the leading professional service networks in the world. They help organizations and individuals create the value they're looking for by delivering quality in assurance, tax, and advisory services. Martin is leading the innovation and digital delivery practice for PricewaterhouseCoopers in Stavanger, Norway. He has previously designed and developed a digital hub for Accenture and worked as the in-house entrepreneur for vertical strategy, part of Bain Nordics. Martin has a YouTube channel as well on innovation and has published a book where he forecasts the effects of emerging technology in the book called The Future is Waiting. Before we start, I would like to recommend our viewers that they are all very welcome to post their questions for Martin in the comments on this stream in YouTube or Facebook. That said, I will give the floor to Martin to share with us his thoughts on design thinking, innovation, and agile. Martin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. I'm very glad that I had the chance to give back to BEST. I was part of BEST around 10 years ago. And basically all the skills that I have used in my work life, they have actually been some sort of or another being brought from BEST. I have learned a lot from BEST, and I'm really glad to contribute back. So when I got the chance, I thought this would be great, and it's a very relevant topic for these days, these crazy days. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about innovation, design thinking, and agile. A little bit on how to do it remote. At the end, it's a very short presentation, so I'm going to stay very high level, and then I'm going to show a couple of principles that I want you to remember, to take with you after this presentation. Then we will open for some questions, so we'll have around 10-15 minutes for questions. If I finish a little bit earlier, then more time for your questions. So I'm going to talk about 4 things today. The first is about growth management. This is a concept that I have been working on for a few years, and it's how to explain growth and how to deliver growth to your clients or your teams or your company. The second is why Simon Sinek is wrong, or start with who. Of course, why is very important, but I like to tell people to start with who, to start with humans. And in that context, we're going to talk a little bit about what is design thinking and how it works to unlock innovation. The third is agile. I think if you have been in business, you have been hearing about agile a lot in the last years. And I'm going to tell a little bit about the principles of agile and how you can adopt a lightweight version of it for your team. And the last one is how do we move from a standard practice to actually remote practice. So the first one is growth management, and why the growth curve is one of the most important concepts you will ever learn. If you go to business school, they will give you hundreds of concepts that you should learn. But I think if you manage to understand this one, you will never be lost. I use this all the time with proposals with clients, executives, team leads, startups. I use this concept all the time. And it really works because it allows people to have some territory or some sort of journey where they are going to understand where they are, where they want to be, and what are the steps that they need to take. I will start with a quote, and the quote is, all failure is failure to adapt. All success is successful adaptation. That's from Max McKeown. He's author of the strategy book. And I think this quote is more relevant now than ever. So I think 2020, I mean, if you follow astrology, they say that 2020 is a year for reboot, death, and reinvention. And I believe a lot of companies, including maybe BEST, will take a time to pause and rethink what have we done so far and where do they want to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years. Therefore, how do we adapt? How do we adapt to this environment, and how do we shape our future? So a little bit of the background, we see actually that why innovation is so critical these days, right? So a little bit of talk about data, right? So from the data, we see that the average company lifespan is going down since 1965, when it was 35 years. Now it's barely 10 years. So basically, companies are going faster than ever. And why? Well, there is many reasons, but the world is going faster than ever, and that's just how it is. If we look at the right-hand side, we see also startups and technology is growing exponentially. This is the amount of unicorns being added year by year, and we see that it just accelerating. There are many reasons for this, but one of them is lower cost on technology, access to venture capital, and so on. There are many, many reasons. The consequence is that there is a battle for growth, and what I may call the era of hyper competition. We're going to see very high competition in every single niche we can imagine. So how do we handle this? How do we beat someone else in a hyper competitive market? So, well, you need to master growth. And growth, I like to describe growth in several stages. So first one is discovery. You need to know what to do and who is your customer and why you're doing it. Once you have that, you need to develop. Then you need to scale that if it works. Then you will optimize it, sustain it, and eventually you will have to reinvent yourself. So this journey is basically, as I said, the concept that I use with clients all the time. And it's basically a way to start a conversation of where are you? Okay, let's first do a health check of your situation and take the journey from where you are. This is actually a proven process to increase the chances of delivering growth, because it allows you to start in the right place and apply the right mindset and tools for each step. So I'm going to talk about 3 principles that I want you to remember with this curve. I mean, this curve, I can be talking about it for hours, but there are only 3 things that I want you to remember today. First is you need adaptive leadership. This is extremely important. For example, what type of captain do you need for a paper ship? You need a paper ship when you're prototyping. You need a paper ship when you actually don't know how big is going to be the playfield. Like, is it going to be a lagoon? Is it going to be the sink? Is it going to be the ocean, right? Maybe you don't know. You need to just build something and try. So in this type of circumstances, one should require a mindset like a kid. You need to actually be willing to explore a lot of things, and oh, this doesn't work, you break it, you create a new paper shape, and until it sort of something clicks. The next one is the team. You are going down, you know where you're going, and it's like a raft on rapids, right? So you're going downhill from a mountain, and you actually don't have a path or where the canoe should go. So you should all the time go to one place to another, and it's actually a team. So it's a small team, and you need to all coordinate to avoid all the obstacles. Then you need to scale, so something that actually works. But then you actually have different parts of the boat. So if you're a captain, you cannot have the same mindset as the kid, or just maybe like a football captain. Then you actually have different sectors of your company, and you require to be able to execute with quality and have your eyes in many different places at the same time. What happens when you need to optimize and sustain? You're a captain of the Navy. You not only have one boat, you have many boats, and they are all going full speed with a lot of risk at a lot of things at stake. So you need to start thinking more, this is risky. Oh, I cannot go that direction. I need to pull them all together. So the type of leader you need at that moment is very different than what you need in other things. So the mindset that you require on every stage is very different. The type of people you require in every stage is very different. For example, if you have quality oriented people, they behave a little bit better on the second part of the curve. Well, more explorative, creative people, they tend to deliver better in the earlier stages. And that's just how it is. We need a little bit of everyone, but that's usually how it is. For the second principle, we actually have different tools that can accelerate each part of the journey. And today I'm going to talk about some of them. So in the discovery phase, strategy and design thinking together works like a charm to accelerate the discovery process. This is to go from 0 to, this may work. Then when we actually find something that may work, we actually want to do it as soon as possible and with the lowest cost. And for that, we use agile and we use low-code frameworks. Then if we need to scale a product or a service, then we tend to use DevOps, data platforms, growth hacking, and so on. Then if we are actually going to optimize, like in the Navy ship, then we need to start thinking like lean. I don't know if you heard about all these words, but job to do for you if you don't know after this call. And then you also need to start leveraging technology and automation. And then reinvention, you need to do everything again. Right, so these are some of different new ways of working and different tools that you could leverage to accelerate this journey. The third principle is you need to start thinking like a venture capitalist. Did you know that only 1 out of 250 startups scale? So it's actually a numbers game. So you really need to get very good in the discovery phase to come up with a lot of ideas and invest small portions of money and time in a lot of ideas until you find the ones that stick. Then you need to do it. Then you want to do the development as soon as you can with the lowest cost, launch, and see if that scales or not, right? So we know that many of them will not do it. So you are sort of losing these dots as you go up. Therefore, it's more important than ever to have discovery at the first place. This is why I really want to talk about design thinking and agile today, because I think this is a lot about volume. We need to do this a lot more than we do it in corporates, but also if you are an entrepreneur, even if you are on a corporation. So as I said, the discovery phase is more critical than ever, but maybe you never heard about design thinking. So I'm going to explain a little bit about what it is, design thinking. So design thinking is a mindset and a mental framework, and it's a holistic problem-solving iterative framework for problem solution. So basically, it allows you to find a problem, define a problem, ideate solutions, and find the best solution. So we start taking a look at the users and market technology. We understand, and we come up with, okay, let's say 100 problems. But we cannot solve 100 problems at the same time. We need to find the most painful problems, the biggest problems that are in this environment. Then we focus and we find the number one problem that we want to solve. Then we will generate ideas. How may we solve this problem? So let's come up with as many ideas as possible. May have up to 100 potential solutions for this problem. However, we cannot test all of them. So let's take 5, 10, or 20, and let's make some prototype and test with actual users. Because engineers, they make the mistake of being trained to jump directly into the woods and start building things before doing this process. And this process has really changed my mindset, not only in business, but my entire mindset in life. Because my education has been focused on at the very end of this day. However, these expand your mind to be able to do this diverse and convergence thinking all the time. It's very good for critical thinking, and it's very good for innovation. Some of the techniques that we are using on this is during workshops, and we come with users, we come with subject matter experts, architects, engineers, designers, and we come all together and we work through different exercises. I have put here some tools that you can find on my website, martinhacks.com. So some of these tools are basically templates that we use to put our brains together and align and come up with ideas, come up with different types of solutions or define problems, right? So there are tools for every stage. It's actually super intense, super collaborative way of working. I will come back a little bit of how it looks a little bit later on in the last part. So let's imagine you have done this process and you have come with some prototypes, and some of them actually work really good, and one of them is fantastic. So, okay, we're going to build this. So I would suggest you to take a look at Agile. So what is Agile? It's again, it's a mindset and a set of frameworks for development. And it allows high-performing teams delivering complex work in changing environments. The amazing thing with Agile is allows a team to deliver something when we don't know what we're going to deliver exactly. Uh, you may have some design and you have tested it with the customers, but then as you're building, you are learning new things. And perhaps you are going to change some of the things of the product or service as you build it based on the learnings with testing again with more users and creating the architecture. So I will suggest you to take a look at a framework of Agile called Scrum, where it's actually a 2 week, usually it's 2 weeks sprint, where a small team, 5 to 8 people, they are having a very clear mandate from a boss of what they need to do. This mandate is prioritized by value. They maintain a backlog of activities through time, and they pick the most important things to do the next 2 weeks. Then they visualize this work and they are tracking it through a tool. They meet every day to see how they are doing. They also, every 2 weeks, they will show to the customer, or they will test with the customer and with the stakeholders, and they will hold retrospective on, oh, what have we learned? How can we improve the way we work, and so on. So this is a very interesting framework for small teams to start learning, and there's plenty of information online about it. But I want you to remember again 3 principles of Agile. So the first is you need to prioritize your work, and you need to visualize it at all times based on user and stakeholder value, and release incrementally in sprints. You need to retrospect frequently and act upon the learnings. This is the most single important factor ever in life. And in case of doubt, consult with an Agile coach or Google. So the last thing, super quick, this is actually how a design thinking workshop looks like. It's a bunch of people playing with concepts and having fun. Yes, I have a lot of fun doing this job. I love it. It's actually really structured, time box, and demanding. But you can compress, let's say, 7 days of work in one if you do it really, really good. However, how do you move it to digital? So there are a couple of tools I want to tell you to explore. One is Miro and the other is Mural. They are quite good, both of them. And I would suggest if you want to learn more, so learn more about design thinking. If you already know about design thinking, follow remote design sprints communities online. They are on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and focus on the preparation of the templates before the workshop. So these are the 2 tips and tricks to move from physical to digital. Now, this is more or less how Agile looks like, which is a little bit more with sort of daily touch points and visualization of the features or how we're going to build our product over time. How do you move this to digital, right? So yeah, again, softwares that are quite good for this. Asana is a really good tool for keeping any type of work in a digital format and collaborate online. Jira is more for software development, but they are both quite good. Focus on work planning and try to keep all the communication inside of that tool. So I think that's it. I managed to keep more or less in time. So yeah, I think, Senet, that was it from my side.
All right. Thank you, Martin, for this quite interesting talk on this concept of agile and design thinking, and also obviously the change to remote work is, I believe, quite interesting also for our viewers. Definitely for an organization like BEST, where we are already used to working remotely, it definitely doesn't hurt to see how we can use these kind of concepts and implement them in our own work. I will now be looking at the questions we are receiving. First, actually, you mentioned in the double diamond model of design thinking that the education that you received mostly focused on the last part, on the what part. But I guess that ideally we all understand the full picture. Do you think there are changes in education that could help in getting people to understand this on an earlier stage?
I don't know if there is going to be a change in education, but for sure there's going to be a change in the corporate world. So if the universities, they are not going to teach this, not to mention schools, I think corporates, they are now teaching design thinking. For instance, I know Accenture makes design thinking obligatory to all the 400,000 employees. So, and many corporations are really taking this seriously because it's one of the best skills you can give your workforce.
Yeah, it's good to know that corporations will take care of making sure the employees know this, regardless of the background that they have from their education. It's sort of a good message to receive as someone who will be looking for a job reasonably soon. Yeah. Then let me check for more questions. I would also like to remind the viewers that they're still welcome to do so. Well, actually, you also mentioned that you have experience in BEST, so you know kind of how the student association works on multiple levels. What do you think is sort of the number one thing that we should take away from your thoughts on design thinking or agile work to improve the organization of a student association like BEST?
I think agile is quite best. I would say I think best has some of those principles for sure. But I would say design thinking in the term of spending more time thinking about the problem, because we as engineers, they tend to think a lot about solutions, and we even sometimes get frustrated when people come with so many problems. But actually, we should receive that with with open arms, spending more time on the problem, on the work planning. And this is one of the things that I saw in the engineering competitions that we used to run. That the teams that will spend the most time actually thinking and planning will tend to win, while the teams that they start building, they will fail a lot and a lot and a lot, right? So as an engineer, I have been amazed how design is important, and how to have a design mindset. It's really beneficial. So it puts both sides of your brain to work, and then it's very powerful.
Yeah, I definitely also something that I myself as well observe. People who really put time in the proper design and properly thinking before they start doing, without falling in the traps of thinking but not acting, tend to be very successful. We received another question on the development cycle that you mentioned. Sort of the question is on the phase of reinvention. What's sort of the idea there? Like, does the product or service keep the same scale, or is it really supposed to be basically looking at a new problem and starting over? Can you elaborate on
Of course,
that?
it depends a lot on each company, of course, but we see that there are many reasons why a company needs to be invented. So first, corporates, they like flat things or just a small growth, right? But systems, they tend to rotten over time, and this is just how it is. The bigger the system becomes, the more waste it generates, and then basically a CEO will try to keep eliminating waste and trying to increase by some percentage, right? However, we see in the world today, because of radical emerging technology, radical shift on customer behavior, so all the new generations of people, macro economics. I mean, there are so many reasons where, yeah, as with COVID, we see that everything is disrupted. So, so if you are not starting to reinvent before you need it, you are too late. So companies, they need to start reinventing themselves before they are asked for, and this is really difficult, because it goes against maintaining your company. This is the most difficult job of the entire cycle. The most difficult is reinvention. Is definitely by far the most difficult topic.
Yeah, thank you for answering this. Definitely, it seems like the real challenge there is being ahead of the need in starting to find solutions.
Who do you want to serve? How these people have changed, and how are you going to serve them again with a new value proposition, with a new strategy, right? And you need to tell the rest of the people, we need to change, and people are comfortable. You know, if you look at Ford or Mercedes. I mean, the CEO of Mercedes said that we are 7 years too late since compared to Tesla. We are really, really late. We should have reinvented ourselves when Tesla was born, right? Yeah. But it's very difficult to say, no, I'm going to be something different now.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that basically those listening that are besties will also understand the consequences in our own organization, that these needs for reinvention. I guess every one of us will be at some point bump into these problems. I will ask you one last quick question, and that is really looking forward for the individuals in our audience. What advice would you give to learn and acquire the skills for design thinking? Basically, to quickly imagine that today I want to start doing something. Where can I, or how can I start learning?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So there is two answers. First, you need to experience it. There's only one book that I would say later is a good start, but you need to experience it. So you need to either go to a course or you need to go to a place where you see a design thinking coach practicing, right? And that could be maybe going to a course. There are plenty of courses out there, and it should be physical because it's the energy and how you feel is very important, and how you interact. It changes your life when you see it. The second, there is a really good book that everyone can just buy. It's cheap. It's called Sprint, and it's how to do this process in 5 days. And it's super practical by Jack Knapp. He used to work at Google. So it's a really good book. If anyone wants to start, that's a very good starting point. And then after you read the book, try to find the people in your region that are actually design thinkers. Maybe connect with them on LinkedIn. I say, can I go one day to see one of your sessions? I just want to observe, right? So perhaps that's actually enough to get going.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think we can actually, pretty sure we can keep talking about the topics of design thinking and agile, as you mentioned as well. It's a very extensive topic. We will have to finish this Q&A here.
Thank you very much, Saner.
Thank you very much for being here. I hope that also our viewers, definitely this last very practical advice, they can start implementing that as soon as they want. So thank you, Martin, for being here and sharing your views on these important matters. Towards our viewers, I would like to remind you that our next session will start in a few minutes, which will be an interview with Peggy Poon, the founder of Unemployed. That said, I hope to see you all during further sessions of the Best Virtual Summit, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Hi everyone. I'm here with Peggy Poon, and we'll have a nice interview to share with you about her experience. She's from Sweden, and she worked for IBM before as a technical consultant, and at the moment she's working for Microsoft, and she's driving their startup initiatives in Sweden, which I found it very fascinating. Please help me in welcoming Peggy Poon as part of our interview. And my name is Alex Vladimirov. I'm alumni of student organization BEST, and I'm going to be the interviewer. And if you have any questions, just write it in the chat, and I'm going to ask Peggy about your questions as well. So let's start. Peggy, please tell us more about your background.
Yes, thank you. And hello, everyone. My name is Peggy, as you all know. I have a technical master's from before, and I have myself ran a startup within sustainability for 2 years during university, actually. But then I realized that I needed to finish my education. Yeah, I might tell you more about the startup during this interview. But when I graduated, I worked within tech for about 6 years. And as you heard, at IBM. But during my free time, I still organized startup events and I was active in the startup community. I wanted to go full time to the startup world. So I got the opportunity to be responsible for Microsoft for Startups in Sweden. And that is what I'm doing right now.
Thank you for introducing yourself. And what I really like is you mentioned that you have a technical background, and actually BEST is a student organization that it's focused on technical students. So you're in our target group. Maybe you can join us if you decide to put another education in technical fields, and you can become our member.
Absolutely.
So tell us more about how did you decide to join Microsoft? You mentioned you have 2 years as a startup experience in the past as well.
For me, when I was changing job, the most important for me was what I was going to do. It was less important of what company it was going to be. Of course, it's important to choose the right company for you with the right culture and etc. But for me, I was 100% sure that I was going to work in the startup ecosystem, either to start a company myself or help other companies to grow. And it was a unique opportunity that Microsoft was going to focus more on startups from now on. We have opened a startup and development hub in Stockholm. So a lot is happening right now. And it was, for me, it was a no-brainer to take this role and meet startups every day, because that's what I'm passionate about.
That's very interesting that you're aligning your passion with the startups, and suddenly this opportunity comes from Microsoft at the right time, which it's, sometimes you need the luck to continue pursuing your passion. But also you mentioned about these startups, and at the same time, I know before this interview starts, we spoke about your background, and you mentioned something. Could you please share with us what is the EU vs virus competition about?
Of course. EU versus virus is a hackathon organized by the EU government. This was a special edition because of the coronavirus that is happening around the world right now. And the idea for them was that the people should come up with solutions that would tackle COVID-19. And I was a participant there. And you can see here on my screen, Own Employed. That is the company we participated with at EU versus Virus.
Mhm. That's interesting. So you not only participated, you as well managed to form something after that competition, and I can see it's a very nice logo out there. Can you tell us about more this company? It's called Unemployed, if it's correct.
Yes, exactly. So Unemployed is it's a platform that is provided for the public for free. And the idea is to encourage people to choose the entrepreneurship path instead of staying unemployed. And it's an idea that came up from the high unemployment rate from COVID-19. And as you know, I'm also passionate about entrepreneurship. I really think people should consider the way of becoming an entrepreneur. So I wanted to create this platform to support others. I know from my own experience when I was an entrepreneur that the most important is to find a community where you can encourage each other to move forward. And I wanted to create a platform where you could find a co-founder. So Unemployed was, I actually built it for about 6 times before the EU Virus Hackathon. And I wanted team members. So I attended this hackathon and was looking for the skills that I didn't have myself. I wanted to find people that have the same passion as me. So I found a great group of people at this hackathon, and we became one of the winners of the hackathon, actually. And after the hackathon, we continued working on it. And right now we're about 20 plus volunteers working on it together. And we are fighting to release this platform.
That's very inspiring. What you mentioned before, you tried to do it for 6 times.
Exactly.
What was the reason that you didn't it didn't happen the first time? You can share with us.
Yes, absolutely. So when I built it the first time, it was not related to COVID-19. It was a platform where you could connect to others. And at that time, it was about my own time. Building a platform, it requires technical skills and it requires time. So for me, yes, I'm technical, but I'm not that technical that I can build a whole platform myself. So what I needed was more developers with the right development skills to create this platform. So for me, it was the skills.
I see. And when you mentioned first as well, congratulations that you are one of the winners of this competition. That's also a nice recognition for the effort and for the value of the idea that you actually introduced to the world. And I guess many people who listen to this interview at the moment might have the question how your platform Unemployed is connected with solving this issue of unemployment, which at the moment in Europe it's increasing, and not only in Europe, actually in the entire world.
So you might have seen that the unemployment rate has become very high because of COVID-19. And I would say that entrepreneurship is a way to create jobs. I know a lot of friends and people around me that have great skills, but they're in the wrong timing. For example, the people that are graduating right now, some people were unlucky. Some people were lucky that they got jobs, but Some people were unlucky because there are not as many as usual. So why this is a solution is because it's a way, or it's an alternative to do something instead of keep looking for jobs without getting any jobs. So you can, I don't know if you are aware of Sifted and Dealroom, but they released a report saying that they estimated about 2 million jobs that was provided by European startups as of 2019. So there are a lot of jobs that gets created because of startups. Not only jobs for the founders, but also jobs for the employees for the startups. So I think if we continue encourage entrepreneurship, there will be more jobs and less unemployment.
And I guess what you mentioned before, that actually to have a startup, you need the right people. And a lot of times, I know for myself, when we were building something with some friends, we got to this question about looking for someone to help us, but we couldn't find it. And then the whole project just blows away. So I guess this is where you come in, right?
Yes. As you mentioned, it's difficult to find the right people. I have had this problem for many years. The startup that I had within sustainability was 9 years ago, and ever since then, it has been difficult to find the right co-founders and the team members. So I hope with this platform that it will be easier to connect. I mean, there are other kinds of platforms where you can connect. For example, there is LinkedIn where you can write to people, but this is a platform for people that wants to become entrepreneurs. And I just want to provide this to the public so that it will be somehow easier.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And before we continue, I just want to ask you, do we have any questions, Osvaldo, that we can ask from the audience? Because I have tons of questions, but as well, I want to give the opportunities for our audience as well to ask. I guess not at the moment. So in this case, actually, you mentioned before about your first startup, and you said that you're doing it for 2 years. And I have this unusual question that come up to my mind, because I guess many people which listen to this interview, they're going to say, yes, I want to build something with other people, but how would I come up with an idea for this startup? Can you share with us this startup 2 years that you ran it for 2 years? What was your idea generation? How did you decided that this will be the idea that you're going to work on?
There are many different ways to try to find the idea that you will go for. It is difficult if you have absolutely no idea what area you should go for. But for me, sustainability was pretty new 9 years ago. It was not as a hot topic as it is today, but it was starting to get awareness. And for me, I think sustainability is important, and it was something I was interested in. So I wanted to do something where I could help the environment. So what I did, I actually had no idea what this idea was going to be. So I started to do marketing research. I went to a neighborhood and handled or I knocked on doors to ask them questions. What problems are they facing? And in Sweden, when you lived in that neighborhood, I found that people wanted to be sustainable, but they were a bit lazy, and they lived far away from the station where you separate material. So the idea was that we provided a service where you could we gave a bag, and in this bag they put all their recycling material in it, everything in the same bag. So plastic, paper, everything.
That's horrible. It's not even sustainable, right? They
Yeah.
just throw it away to the landline.
Yeah.
Landline.
So the solution was that we picked this up with, we got sponsored electrical bikes. So we picked them up, and then we went to the station and sorted the material for them. And in that way, we made sure that the right material came to the right bag.
Yeah.
So I would say if you have absolutely no idea on what area you should go for, maybe try to think about what you would think is an interesting topic. Maybe retail, it can be sustainability, or it can be energy. Think about an area and then try to find a gap, a problem to solve. And back then I had to knock on doors, but today maybe you can send out forms to other people on internet.
Yeah, I would say that internet provides us so much more benefits, but again, the excitement of this face-to-face connection with others, it can be challenging. And when you say, it sounds so fascinating that you actually knock on the doors to attract your customers. That's very brave. I mean, I want to congratulate you for that. And you know, and it makes me wonder, was this your biggest challenge in this startup, or which was another big challenge that you had when you're running it? Because while I'm asking this one, I'm thinking that many people who are watching this one now, they are already hooked up. They want to use website, found co-founder, and once they hear, oh, I need to knock on the doors, they would, and you provide some solution to them. So maybe another solution that you can provide to a future issue might help them to become braver, to escape from the unemployment and to do something proactively.
If we begin with my challenge, it was back then, entrepreneurship and the startup world was not as popular as it is today. It was difficult for me. I was new to the startup world, and I didn't know how to get forward. How do I get to the next step? First of all, we won different competitions. It was an idea that people liked, and we came to a stage where people wanted to subscribe to this service, but I didn't have enough people for it. And it was difficult with since I studied at the same time, and I just didn't know how to go forward. But during these 9 years, I realized that it is all about your network. Having a startup is not it's not only about the idea itself. It's about other people helping you to reach to the next level. For example, as a startup, you need investment. You need people that know other people. It's all about connections. And I would say, especially as students, you should start already now to be out there, go to a lot of events, and be ready to have the people around you when you have your own business. And also, Alex, you mentioned before that you ran Startup Weekend in Prague. So I would say go to different startup competitions and network with others. And with Own Employed, go to the website when we release and talk to people, provide the resources for each other, and be active.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's awesome. That's a very, very valuable advices, because I know when somebody starts and think about the startups, we usually do a lot of mistakes because people don't know how to do it. And when you mention about connections and everything, it's networking. This is so true. And I really like that your website actually provides, at least makes it easier, one of the steps for networking, to find a co-founder, which is as well one of the biggest obstacle which I found for other initiatives, to find somebody you have a good match with. And maybe just the final question, because I really enjoyed, we have a little bit of time, so just a final question from my side. What you already provide a lot of value for the interview. So this will be another, the final one. It will be like, what a piece of advice would you give to the audience if they want to become entrepreneurs?
I would start with saying that something that I mentioned before, that entrepreneurship is about connections. And that is what I do at Microsoft for Startups as well. I create an ecosystem for startups and connect them with the right people to grow. So I would say, as I mentioned before, be out there and be active at events. And also think about mentorship. Where do you want to become, or where do you want to be in 5 years or 10 years? Find someone that can guide you there. Without someone guiding you, it can be more difficult to know what the steps are. So be open with your problems and tell people what these are and what you want to reach, because in that way you can get really good advice.
Thank you, Peggy. I don't think we have more time, but for everyone who is watching this live stream interview, just to remind you, if you want to choose the entrepreneurship path and keep yourself up to date on when Peggy's new initiative is going to be online, the Unemployed platform, then please check out her website, ownemployed.com, and then you can subscribe there, and you know when you can benefit and find your future co-founder and make the world a better place and pursue your passion. It's a pleasure for me to facilitate this interview, and one more time I really appreciate our talk, Peggy, and yes, so we should do it one more time.
Yeah, thank you so
in
much.
the next summit. And that was all from us. I'm not sure, Osvaldo, do we want to do something more? Or are we offline? Awesome.
whoa, 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 yeah, we are in the place to be. Yeah, 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 yeah,